Good morning and welcome to the last stream of this week. Good morning, Cypher. So, the idea for today is to continue the interaction system, but because of popular demand, I'm first going to try and make a flow diagram. So very similar to this, but in a diagram form. Let's just fuck the pronunciation, but diagram, let's go with that. I don't know if that's correct or not, but let's go. Yeah, but I'm thinking about using Google Drawing. This seems like a very nice tool for stuff like that. Makes it a little bit prettier as well. So that's what we're going to do first. I'm going to based on, let's see here. Yeah, I used to use Draw.io because the interaction with Google Drive was amazing, but last time I tried Draw.io it didn't work as good, and for some reason it's not like the default on Google Drive anymore or whatever. So I just choose Google Drawing instead. Let's see if it's how much worse it is. And I don't remember who it was. I think it was Smack My Peach that posted a diagram yesterday, but we're gonna use that as a reference. And I want to work with a little bit more like the terms we're using. And before someone complains, I tried to get dark mode on this, but it didn't work. It doesn't have it supported natively, and if you use the extension on Google Chrome, the figures gets a little bit screwed up. So let's keep it like this. So I always spend too much time choosing shapes and stuff like that. I'm a big fan of rounded corners. That's nice. Yeah, Google's shit for dark mode extensions. Gmail breaks wonderfully. Yeah, that sucks. It feels like these days that's one of the first things you implement on a website or a online application. Like the two different modes you can have, light and dark. Okay, let's see here. So, Jesus, it's been a while since I did. Can I do it like this? Okay. Actually, let's start with a title first. Good morning, Star Platinum, or good evening, I mean, or good afternoon. Yeah, I try to stream every weekday these days. Okay, interaction flow looks beautiful. So the first thing that should happen in an interaction flow is focus interactable. Can I do... And after that, interaction flow between interactor and interactable. My old unimate got hit in the recent Microsoft Blizzard cut. Yeah, damn, that sucks. Wait, what a fucking layoff that was. What was it, like almost 2,000 people? That sucks. Interactor focus interactable. Display interactable actions. Apparently 2024 has had half the number of 2023 layoffs already, and it's January. Damn. Looking to be a rough year. Hopefully it gets better. Over 5k already. Is that globally or for America? Research mode. Right. Okay, so here's one thing I want to happen. So interactor focus interactable. Display interactable actions. So by focusing it, we need to pull the interactable actions. And here, before the actions are no. It should probably, let's see here. We're gonna change this one. So focus interactable, calculate which action, which actions not legit, but yeah, okay, so calculate which actions that are possible between interactor and interactable. Can I skin this or make it not as long? filter. Display interactable actions. Or just trigger action. Yeah, maybe that's enough. Something happens to interactable based on interactor. Something like this. Can we get some nice errors in here? Ah, beautiful. Nice. What's this? Oh, whatever. Okay, so this, roughly this should be the interactable flow. So let's make this into an example. Or actually, it should be something like this. Let's see here. Let's take these and move them up to here, maybe. Interactable interaction. So something like this. Can I get this text to be... Yeah, indeed. Yeah, can we center vertically? There we go. Much nicer. Wow. Damn, it's actually starting to look like I know what the fuck I'm doing. Interactor focus interactable. Filter possible actions between interactor and interactable. Display interactable actions. Select one of the actions. Trigger interaction. And then I actually want to explain. So interact or interactable interaction. Probably gonna have to be more specific here. Because at this point it becomes more specific. So before we do that, let's do example Apple interactable and I don't know, character, or actually consumer interactor. I don't think consumer. Let's go Apple, and here Apple interactions are pick up, consume. Consumer interactions. Fuck. Oh well. Consume, which means that display consume, but yeah, making consumer interactor here might be a bit, yeah. It's actually going to be entity focus interactable displayed. This one actually knows how to pick up. Trigger consumption. Then I would love to show this actual interaction. Okay. It seems guess we could add pick up, consume, sit, climb. Okay, so Apple interactions possible are only pick up and consume. Entity interactions are a few more, but we just display these two. Wonder if what is an interaction that an Apple might support but not the entity in question? It could be pickup. Let's see. Does the apple fall from a tree? So you mean that one interaction should be fall? Drop. That's another case I've thought about. Let's see if we can implement that later today. Okay. So drop. An entity can only drop something it actually holds. Pick up, consume, drop, entity interactions, pick up, consume, sit, climb. So it's actually like filter possible actions. It's more like union, right? Not unionen, union. Union, thank you, set theory. Not union. Intersection. So intersection. Filter possible actions between interactor and entity by intersection. Is it possible to make... Okay. Yeah, and then we have fit. Okay. Ah, beautiful. Okay. A nice little flow here. Would like to define the actual interaction as well. I wonder if I can define it generally enough, or if we're gonna have to be specific. Why Snorlax? Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Pre-entity interactable interaction, and then to make I represent an actual interaction the same way. So like pre-entity interactable, these ones should probably be general, like this, so no specific interaction is mentioned. But when I describe the actual interactions, we're gonna have to go pretty specific, yeah. Hey, I saw your devlogs on YouTube, awesome edit of the videos and great showcase and explanation of shaders. Thank you, appreciate it. Hopefully I can keep them coming this year. I have a lot of stuff I've implemented lately that I would love to do devlogs about. Specifically the outline shader improvements that I've made. They're pretty significant. But anyway, let's see. Let's keep this. Example. Nah, it's not really an example, it's more like consumption interaction, maybe. What resources regards to Unity shaders do you using for learning? I've used a lot of different resources during the years, but someone asked me a similar question about this yesterday, and let's see if I can find one resource that is very specific to Unity URP, but is fucking amazing. Let's see. So if you're working in Unity URP, and you want to write shaders, I can't recommend this resource more. It's amazing. Okay, so I pretty much want to describe what happens after we have triggered consumption here. Between consumable and do I want to be this specific? Between consumable and entity. I don't know. Right. Fuck it, I think I want to be more specific than this. So, or like, something I need to think about is so some creatures and characters need to pick up something before they consume it. I think. Let me jump over to here and I want to check entity. How would one go about doing that? Okay, let's see here. Do I need to change anything here? Do I want to introduce Consumption interaction between. So the problem is when I think about the interaction consume, then I'm thinking of it from the perspective of a humanoid character that holds something to be consumed in its hand. But for that to be true, pickup has to have been executed first, right? But now when I do this flow diagram of consumption, let's just assume that the consumer has the consumable or the entity. So it's more when a consumption happens, it is like entity bring consumable. Entity bring consumable to fuck is this? Don't you just want to break off from second row? Select. Don't you just want to break off from second row? Select. Well, okay. So pretty much split it up. So one goes select consume and one goes select. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be. But it would more be like this. So this is probably what I would want. Ooh, let's see here. Yeah, okay. It would more be something like, dude, Cypher, to be honest with you, I pretty much know nothing about flow diagrams as well. But, I mean, we're pretty much winging it, but it's nice to just define some form of structure, some form of flow, something to look back at. Fuck yeah, let's ask the robots. But it would be like this. So select, I'm gonna do... Okay, it would be like this. Let's see if I can make this very nicely. Let's move these down. Trigger interaction. Let's input a... Let's insert an arrow. Can I split? Can I... Ooh, elbow connector, that sounds fancy. Let's try that one. Arrow, elbow connector. Wow. What the maybe not what I want. Epic, what's up? Such consistency in streams, also a full-time indie developing. I pretty much went into 2024 with the idea of trying to stream consistently. So at least for a couple of hours each weekday, and so far it's going good. And also, are you full-time indie developing? Nah, part-time basically. Discord for chat GPT response. Let's look at this. Character is... Okay, let's see here. Let's do it like this. Let me open up start. Okay, let's comment it out so it's readable as well. Let's see this one. What the AI's got for me. Start. Character is in the game environment. Detect apple. Check for the presence of an apple in the character's vicinity. Pick up apple. If an apple is detected, allow the character to pick it up. Character animation for picking up the apple. Inventory check. Confirm that apple is added to the character's inventory. Okay. Consume apple. Oh, so it should be like, let's see. Characters in the game environment, detect apple. Consume apple. Check if the player initiates the action to consume the apple. If yes, trigger the consume animation. Health increase. Update the character's health or any relevant attribute based on apple consumption. End. End the flow or loop back to restart depending on the game design. This is a basic flow. You can spend it. Oh well. It's a flow, I suppose. Yeah. It wasn't too bad. But wasn't really something new. Okay, let's see. Elbow connector. Am I just misunderstanding exactly how to utilize this one? Can I move? Let's go with curve then. Or what the fuck? I just want a simple, I think it should be elbow connector. I want an arrow going down. Bam. Fucking Google Draw. Can I add? Okay. Okay. Let's go with that one instead. Love using new tools for the first time. Rotate. Oh, actually, do I need to do this and I should have gone with just... Okay, let's flip it horizontally. Okay, let's do it like this then. Why don't I get an arrow here? This tool. Okay. Let's just do it with lines. And then finally an arrow. Okay, so something like this. Because... Or I wonder... Okay, what I want to convey here is, if we take the character as the interactor, for him or her to actually consume an apple, for instance, you would have to approach the apple or focus it, pick it up, so focus it, and then we filter the actions, and consume won't be an option, because to be able to consume it, the character needs to pick it up first. And then we display the interactable actions, select action, and trigger interaction, and then we loop back here. Or possible loop. So in the case of pick up consume, so when we pick something up, that item will be automatically focused. I think. Yeah, it will be one of the focused objects at least. So instead of going display, pick up, consume here, I would like to go... Okay, trigger interaction. That is actually going to be, let's see here, interaction. Let's just name it interaction. Hyperon's live, what's up? How are you doing today? Because, okay, let's put it like this. An interaction between an interactor and an interactable can fail in two ways. First of all, it can fail by either the interactor or the entity not supporting the interactions that the interactable support, or the other way around. The second fail happens later down the road during an actual interaction. So for instance, let's take the pickup interaction. There might exist a big stone in the garden, and the character might want to pick that up, or the player. So the player goes towards the big stone, focus the stone, filter possible actions. The stone only supports one action, that is pick up. Unless... Ooh. No. The stone might support some other actions as well, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. But okay, so the stone supports one action, and that is pick up. Luckily, the character supports that interaction, so we display that interaction. The player selects that action, so we trigger the interaction, i.e. the interactor, the character, tries to pick up the interactable, the stone, but the stone weighs 100 kilograms and the character can only lift 80. So that's the second failure point. The character won't be able to pick it up, but will still play a pickup animation, but that fails. That's the idea, at least. So when we do interaction, this is when the interaction has triggered. So trigger pickup, for instance. The Storm Winters, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Domin, what's up? How you doing? How's the work going along? Pretty good, actually, I would say. I think we had a little bit of a breakthrough yesterday, and today I just want to put, like, it's like I'm doing it in the wrong order, but I'm going a step back and just trying to put all these ideas into some form of visual format that can be easily conveyed. But yeah, we pretty much made the interaction implementation a bit more generic, or I don't know if you were here the day before yesterday, but the interaction system, the bridge between interactor and interactable depended on a cast. So we had to cast interactable into the type of interactable it was, which was dirty and ugly, and I hated it. And we managed to work around that yesterday, so that was nice. Ado HTQ, thank you so much for the follow. Ooh, when I started to work on attributes, yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago, I think. Pretty hard 2 weeks? What do you mean by that? I think it went pretty well. Iksinski, what's up? How are you doing today? Okay. I understand, Domin. I understand. Iksinski, I'm good as well. Just trying to put the implementation and ideas into paper, you know. Domain, and unfortunately that's apparently too little from my promoter and I have to rework some things. Sorry to hear. But sometimes rework is necessary. Exactly. That's a good way to look at it. Okay. So trigger pickup. Here I would like to see a it's the concept. Hypersons Live, I'm using Unity. I'm pretty far gone into Unity. Okay, so something that screws up both, not necessarily the current implementation, I think that one can handle it, but the planning phase right now is the idea that an interaction depends on another interaction, but I think that's okay. So that would look something like interactor consume, interactor setup, taste palette, consumer point, consumption speed, serialize field, private, I wonder if I want to do something like naked man indeed, but he's got some pants on him during run, so when we play this game he will not be naked. Of that I assure you. So I would like to do something like private. It would be something like interaction type, interactor dependency. And so we can select this one from the list of interaction types. So let's see here, interaction type, none. So none is good. Private, probably want to go field public get private set. So interactor dependency here in entity, when we or animate entity, when we set up these interactors here, we can also add references to the dependencies if we got some. So for instance, interactor consumer then. So for some objects, do we get an error here? That sucks. And actually that one is going to be interactor. It's going to be located here. So that means that when we add interactor consume on the character, we can set this one to interactor pickup. So then interactor consume knows that it depends on interactor pickup. So you can't consume anything if pickup isn't working, basically. Why not? Good idea. Good question. I think I'm probably gonna force the character to always wear some sort of clothes, but that might only be like a set of what do you call it? Wow. Pair of glove indeed. Yeah, we can add one of these as well. Yeah, we don't have a pickup animation just yet, so we're gonna have to go with this. But I mean, it's okay, right? Yeah, locomotion. I mean, the like when we run, it looks good. When we walk as well, it's when we stop. When the animator needs some, like when we do like this. Das ist nicht gut. So there's still some polishing to be made, but it looks okay. Okay, but so in some way I'm gonna have to implement. Yeah, I took some German class when I went to school many years ago, and I don't remember much, but that is one phrase I remember. Das ist nicht gut. But yeah, in some way I'm gonna have to introduce some form of interactor dependency, definitely. So what does that mean for my very pretty diagram here? Ich habe für 6 Jahre Deutsche gelernt. So for 6 years I've been trying to learn German, right? And I sucked still to this day. Yeah, I mean, for some people languages comes naturally, basically, or it's easy. And for some it doesn't. I'm one of those that has to work hard to learn a new language. yeah. Okay, so introducing interaction dependencies. How much does that screw me up? Okay, one thing I want to try to implement before we move on, and that is, while the character is holding an apple or holding something, I don't want him to be able to focus on anything else for now. I like the Google Drawings flowchart. Nice. Yeah, it's growing on me as well. So when we pick something up, the character won't be able to focus on anything else, or rather, this object will always be focused, or one of the focused objects, I think. Or do I want to do that now? So many questions. Okay, filter possible actions between interactor and entity by intersection. Actually gonna do filter possible actions between interactor and entity by intersection. So that's the interactables possible actions and the interactors possible actions. But I wonder if I want to I wonder if I want to do this. That pair glove looks kind of cool. I think that wearing creatures could be a cool game mechanic. Yeah, it opens up quite a lot of pretty cool possibilities. I think like wearing the pair as a glove looks a little bit like Mega Man. I'm using Miro for project planning and find it's a good tool. Let's take a look. Hypersons live Miro board. That looks pretty cool. For my planning, for like tasks and stuff like that, I use GitHub. I think it's pretty basic, but it fills my needs. Domin, just a heads up, Draw.io is nice for flowcharts and everything programming based, and it can be saved to Git repo for tracking. Yes, I used to use Draw.io. That was my go-to diagram application before. It used to work a little bit better with Google Drive, if I remember correctly, so that's why I picked just Google Drawings today. Great minds think similarly. Yeah, I suppose so. I might look into it again, because I'm not like Google Drawing. It works, but I'm not that impressed by it. It's not like it makes it way. I mean, it's not that much easier doing it here than in Paint, for instance. Okay, I was thinking about adding something here, but I think I'm gonna skip it because okay, what I want to convey here is that when we do the filter possible actions between interactor and entity by intersections, it's not all of the entity's possible interactors, because some of them might be like cancelled. So if one interactor depends on another one, it might be disabled. But I don't think I need to have this in this chart here. So it could be done like, okay, entity interactions, pick up, sit, climb, and then I want consume disabled. There's also Paint. It has transparency support now. Wow, nice. Maybe. I actually, for a second this morning, I thought about doing this flow diagram or whatever it's called in Blender. Because if I did it in Blender, the step to including it in a future devlog of mine with some cool effects wouldn't be as long, but going back and forth would be annoying. Okay, so Paint on Windows 11 seems to be a different beast. So both transparency and AI image generation. Is that true? What the fuck? Well, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, Dominion or Domin. Iksinski, yeah, but I guess that's Paint 3D, the rebuilt version. Damn, like, is upgrading to Windows 11 a good thing to do? This is getting me interested, actually. Okay, but this holds true. So we have pick up, sit, climb, consume, but consume is disabled because it depends on pickup happening. So trigger pickup. Pick up. pickup has already happened. Let's say, so entity focus Apple, which is now picked up. Can I do picked up? And then we have Apple interactions. We don't have pickup anymore. It's disabled because it's already picked up. We do have consume, we do have drop, and then in entity interactions, pick up, sit, client, consume, which is no longer picked up. Damn, we're going off the charts here. That's feels like this tool is like the bare minimum of what this kind of tool should be able to do. Okay, display. I should have gone to a second line, right? Okay, let's see. Exinski, I do like Windows 11. It's way nicer than 10. Is that so? And it has some good developer features. I might look into it. Unfortunately, my current PC is not available for Windows 11 upgrade. For some reason, haven't looked into it. But for my future computer, then I suppose it's Windows 11 it is. Display, consume, select, consume. Fuck it, let's do it like this. Just so I can fit it on screen. Beautiful. Probably the motherboard. You think so, AdoHTQ? Yeah, maybe. Iksinski, yeah, I'm on the same page here. My CPU is 12 years old. Damn. Yeah, that's a few years older than mine. But not by much, I don't think. Come on. Jesus, this tool. Or it might be me as well. I might not be, like, there might exist someone who is way more proficient at this tool than me. Or it probably does. But I mean, okay. This is nice. This is a flow, I suppose, that I support. I mean, Hyperons. I'm sorry for mispronouncing that, but thank you for the follow as well. For Windows 11 you can always download Rufus for creating images and get official WinImage or get it through Rufus. Okay, so you like a small little hack just to be able to install Windows 11. Iksinski, aren't we all these days? It's the way of life. Okay. This flow, like, okay, entity focus Apple. Apple interactions are pick up, consume, drop. All of which can be done, I suppose. Maybe not drop, actually. Because to be able to be dropped, something must hold it. But then again, drop, I don't even know if that needs to be its own interaction. Maybe it does. We'll see, we'll see. So, okay, and then we filter them, or yeah, we filter them. So we display pickup, and then we select pickup, then we trigger pickup. So now we have picked up the Apple, so the Apple is picked up. So entity focus Apple, that is picked up. And now the possible interactions are a little bit different. Ooh, what? How could I not have seen this? So then we display consume, we select consume, and we trigger consume. Actually, this is where drop would be available. So, and we should have drop here as well. If drop should be an interaction. But drop is... Nah, I wonder if drop can be seen as just the... Maybe drop should be an interaction, actually. Because I'm thinking if something is... So drop should be an interaction that is dependent on pickup as well as consume for character at least. Yeah, that might be good. Okay, so let's see here, drop, but then I want even more text here. So we have a little bit more space now, so let's go ahead and do drop disabled, drop disabled. Can I up the size of this one now? Okay. Pickup disabled, consume, drop. Drop is available now. Entity interactions. Pickup is disabled. Depends. Might want to be able to pick up multiple stuff. Sit, climb, consume is not disabled anymore. But drop is not disabled anymore either. So display, consume, drop. What the fuck is this flow diagram actually starting to shape into something usable? Maybe. Maybe. Entity focus Apple. We have these interactions. We just show pickup because that's what we are left with after the filtration. We select pickup, we trigger pickup, then entity focus Apple that is picked up by this entity. We now have these actions. So we display consume and drop. We select consume, trigger consume, and something happens. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I do enjoy this. Like having this, it's actually, this is useful. And what this one makes me realize is that some form of state in interactor would be amazing. So like interactor can have multiple states. It can have waiting, active, no, like waiting, interacting, and disabled maybe. Like if an interactor is disabled, then it's disabled. If it's waiting, then it's like ready for processing or doing its interaction. And if it's interacting, or maybe some better name, then it's actually doing something right now. That way, if something is dependent on pickup, we can check, okay, so what is the status of pickup? If it is interacting, then we know that we actually have a pickup going on. And I think like every interaction is gonna have one of those three stages, or is going to be in one of those three. Because that way, I mean, what I'm getting at is it would be nice for an interactor that is dependent on another interactor to know if it's, or to know the state of that interactor, I think. So, can I describe an interaction in a generic way here? Entity. No, entity might not be the correct word, but interact. So I'm trying to think about what steps are present for all the different interactions. And it's pretty much... I don't know if I can do this. Oh, I can. Entity interactor. Entity interact with interactable. Interact. Oh, let's see. Entity interact. What the fuck happened there? Okay. Entity interactor state. Change state. I don't know, interactor and interactable exchange attribute related. Let's just write it quick and fast now and keep it like this. So it's more like exchange attribute related stuff. These are more like scribbled notes than an actual diagram, but whatever. Interactor and actually interactor and interactable start playing related or playing animations. Entity interact with interactable. Entity interactor change state. Yeah. Possible states. I wonder if I want to write it here, but yeah, it might be nice as a note. So this disabled waiting interacting maybe. Yeah, I think this is good because then we can also... Ooh, I think this is good. I'm starting to think if the question is, can an interactor... Okay, so let's take a interactor that the pickup interactor, the interactor that handles something being picked up. it will be able to handle one or more items that is picked up. I mean, the character might be able to lift 2 fruits, I don't know. It all depends on... It will depend on a set of parameters. So can an interactor have... Greedy mofo indeed. Can an interactor have multiple... Or can an interactor be in multiple states at once? Because let's say that a pickup interactor already has picked up 1 fruit, but it can possibly pick up 2 fruits. Is it both in waiting and interacting then? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, interactor and interactable start playing animations. Interactor and interactable exchange attribute related stuff. And then I wonder... Okay, so if this is centered and I do backspace and backspace once more, if I do backspace on an empty box, it gets switched, the alignment changes. I don't know, is that a standard? But I've never seen something like that before. But okay, apply interactor specific functionality to yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna do some examples then and see if this one is needed. I wonder as well if maybe big fat question mark. Entity interact with interactable. Entity interactor change state. Interactable change state. Interactor and interactable start playing animations. Interactor and interactable exchange attribute related stuff. And apply interactor specific functionality to interactable. The last square there is... I was not sure about that one, but if we take a look at interactor pickup, it's this one basically. But then again, entity, attribute handler, animator. So yeah, the last square in that diagram is related to this. So for instance, an object that gets picked up or an interactable. Maybe, although... Do I want something like handle interaction interactor? Do I just want to call that instead? And do like... What I'm getting at is, so right now interactable must have an entity, and actually a game object as well. I don't know if these two are... I don't know if I can skip these two and just interact, handle interaction. Best case would be a function like this. Yeah, I wonder if I could send in more information here, or no. Maybe. Fuck, this is hard. Do we have consumable? Yeah, it's now a question of how much I want the interactable and interactors to display to outside classes. That's hard. Wow, what's up, Dev Spires? Thank you so much for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful stream. And enjoyed that lunch, I guess. And welcome to all the new viewers. Today we're basically just working with some nice diagrams. This looks pretty professional, right? Nico Demo, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So I'm in the middle of implementing a interaction system. And that's pretty much what I've been doing this week, and I think it's slowly getting close to something nice. And today, after some wishes from chat yesterday, I decided to go to the board and visualize how it works, or some examples on how it works for better clarity, and maybe it will give me some ideas as well. But yes. So when it comes to this state of an actual interaction, apply interactor specific functionality to interactable. In the pickup case, that is disable the physics, set the parent, and reset the transform. Nico Demo, I'd have a great rest of the day. So it would be nice if all interactions involved roughly the same stuff here, so we could keep it generic and anonymous. So for instance, interactor, so this method interact will call will always end by basically always do interactable dot interact, or handle interaction, I mean this. So it's a trade interactable, because if we do it like this, interactor pickup doesn't need to do all of these things. Instead, interactable can do them in its own class. So here. But for that to be a possibility, we need to be able to send in some additional information here, like interactor points. So for pickup, that point would be whatever the interactor uses to pick something up. So for the character, the right hand. For consumption, that would probably be, I don't know if we need to set anything there. But nah, maybe actually, fuck that shit. We do have game objects, so we might as well just see set parent. It's not that important that it's done through a function like this. Interaction this, and for entity handle interaction, it would be enable physics, reset transform. But And what interactor pickup needs to do then is, let's implement it now. So just interactable dot game object dot transform set parent pickup point dot transform. So I think this is a little bit of a nice way to do this, because if we do it like this, I don't think we need to have this one. Fuck me, was it dependent on that really? Okay, but then again, I would love for this one to be a little bit more anonymous, so not to force whatever implements it to implement or to have entity, basically, or to have an entity. But then again, maybe I'm screwing stuff up now. Okay, this is very, very generic, so let's do an example with this one as well. Maybe that will help a bit. Although I would like to, let's see here, get a new cup of tea first. So I'm just gonna run and do that. So be right back around 5 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. So let's make an interaction that is a little bit more, or let's make an example interaction. So this is a little bit too like too close to implementation, to actual code. I wonder if I would like to do, but I guess that's basically the only way to do a generic interaction without, like, otherwise it would just be entity interact with interactable, because it can happen in any way. Let's do okay. Interaction consumption. Entity moves consumable to consumption point. Pretty much can have to be this general consumption point, because it's not so sure that each creature will consume it the same way. Implementation specific. I don't know. Entity moves consumable to consumption point. Entity starts eating consumable. Becomes, let's just do starts being consumed. So I think I'm actually going to, let's move these back a bit, and let's make this one a bit bigger because entity starts eating consumable. And then I want to write what does that actually involve. So that means start playing an entity eating animation. And that's pretty much what's going to happen. But then, so alter related attributes in entity and consumable, and here it's more like so it's pretty much like when something is being consumed, check taste attribute. Compare taste attributes. I'm gonna write it as check for end consumption trigger, I suppose, which can be full, bad taste, and then I guess it is or actually it can also be end or stop signal, and it can also be consumable gone. Yeah, I don't know. Or could just do although this one doesn't. Yeah, this depends. So if we have a creature that doesn't like sour stuff, but that creature is extremely hungry, then we want to do this. Moves the consumable to consumption points, start eating it, and we alter the related attributes in entity and consumable. Then we compare taste attributes, because we might wanna, like, we want to compare them to taste attributes. Actually, yeah, it's gonna be something like this. We want to compare taste attributes continuously, because, or in game code, it's actually going to be implemented as, let's see here. So when we start consuming here, we're gonna create some attribute functions, like something that alters an attribute. And we're gonna add some attribute function triggerers. So, like, based on the for how long will this creature consume this consumable? If it was up for the creature, it would consume it until half full, and half full we will base like. So full, this one here will basically be based on how good the creature thinks this consumable tastes. Something like this, yeah. Okay, what do we have here then? I want to see interactor pickup. know if this is going to be an attribute user. It might be. Okay, does this one still work? Let's see. Okay, it does. That's nice. Okay. So I wonder if I do think I want to dip my toe in implementing interactor dependency. I think. So that's gonna look something like, so in the current implementations, it's interactor consume for the character will depend on interactor pickup. That interactor pickup has actually done something. Or has actually picked something up, basically. So this one tells which interaction type it's dependent upon, and then we would like to have some variable that can be set based on this interactor dependency interaction type. Do wonder. Let's do interact something like this, but no, fuck it. Not private. Never mind. Public, but private set. I think we're gonna solve that with a setter. Interactor dependency. Yeah. Dependency or dependency. Okay, I wonder though, might want to make this and this into a list. Fuck it, let's do it like this for now. Might need to convert dependency to lists. Set interactor dependency. Okay, before I continue, I just want to show. I just want to show what I'm gonna try and implement now and how to test it. Smack My Peach, what's up? It's going. Have spent a large portion of this day so far doing some sort of diagram as well, or at least. Yeah, it's been tough though. I'm having a hard time, like I'm being too technical when I do these diagrams. So, but I try to correct myself, so it's pretty much some parts of it are pretty technical and some of them are more like actual scenario based, but we will see. So far it has helped quite a lot, or yeah, actually it has. It's nice to get your like thoughts on paper at least. Set interactor dependency. This interactor dependency. Okay, I wanted to show what I want to test as well. Oh, we have an error, I think. No. Okay, so what I want to do is when we hover this apple, the interaction types we have are pick up and consume. Although for our character won't be able to consume something that lays directly on the ground, because if he's going to be able to do that, then I need to animate the character going down on all fours eating something, and nah, I don't think I want to do that. So for the character to be able to consume something, the character first has to pick it up or already have it in his or her inventory. So although Apple supports pick up and consume, and character can do pick up and consume, the character's pick up or consume interactor will be disabled because the character doesn't hold this object. So first of all, I just want to implement a disable, or like the dependency. So when we hover this one, the consume option will not exist because the character can't consume it. So it's going to look something like this. So an interactor can depend on another interactor. And we're gonna set this one in. So when we set interaction, or this one is set in the editor, can be none. So, but interactor dependency, this one or this one is called in animate entity. So the one that keeps track of all interactors. And unfortunately, we're gonna have to do this in 2 for loops, I think. Or that's the easiest way to do it, at least. So it's basically going to be it's a list we have. Okay, that sucks. And then I want to do it like this. And here we can see that the initial idea was to support multiple interactors that interact the same way on one object. I'm not so sure about that one, but maybe. That's a weird workaround. Emo, if you can pick up and consume separately, then consuming off the ground would be a sequence of pick up and consume from hand. That's true, but a creature might be able to consume from the ground. It's just the character that can't, right? So for the character it's going to be a sequence of pick up and then consume, but for a creature it might just be a sequence of consume. Am I making any sense? Or am I misthinking something here? You're making me a little bit nervous with such a bold statement, Smack My Peach. I think you shouldn't disable a mechanic because you don't have an animation for that. Just skip. Yeah. It's not a question about that. Like, it's more a question of, okay, so some entities need to pick up things before they can consume it, and some entities can consume directly from the ground. If I would support every entity being able to consume directly from the ground, then my animation workload would double. So it's basically just a bad excuse for not let it put. Okay, let me think. So basically what you're saying is that the player should be, the option of consume should be visible for the player from the start, but under the hood it's chained as two interactions. I don't really get what you mean. So for character, the flow would look like, for a consumable would be pick up, consume, but for some creature that can eat from the ground it would just be consume. So okay, yes, exactly that. But how should it work? How should the chaining of the interactions be implemented behind the scenes without doing it like I'm doing it right now? because it's still true that for some entity the consume interactor depends on the pickup interactor to actually hold something. Yeah, but what I mean is, how would I disable the possibility of a... So like when I create this chain of actions, how would I know that consume depends on pickup? Yeah, I get what you're saying, but how would I implement this in code? Like this, what you're saying is exactly what I'm thinking. That's how I want it. But the eat command for my character, I want to disable the possibility or remove the possibility that consume can happen before pickup, i.e. consume depends on pickup. Right? Good morning, Ferda. Coroutines async actions. I'm not entirely sure you understand my question, or I don't understand what you're saying. I'm talking specifically of the constraint that the consume action can only happen after a pickup action for some of the entities in the world. So how would that constraint be implemented? Further, can we eat creatures we collect? I've been going back and forth on that issue for quite a while. But I'm leaning towards yes. You define the chain manually for starters. So that's pretty much two options then. Either I define the rules in code that one action cannot happen before another, or I keep these rules in mind when I define the chain manually, right? And I would much rather have these constraints defined by code than having to think about them every time I manually define chains for different entities. I think. Okay, but so we're having a scenario with a creature that is hungry. So it's looking for food, it finds food. This creature cannot consume something off the ground, it needs to pick it up first. So when we find the food, we focus it, and then we create the action queue. So first pick up and then consume. But that entity's brain needs to know that it can't consume it without picking it up first. What's up, Dark Summon? How are you doing? Like when the system we have queuing up actions for NPCs, that system needs to know the rules for that for the entity it controls, basically. Nice to hear. Same here. Still working on the interaction system, and more specifically, adding constraints to it. So when but now I'm a little bit worried that it might not be, let's see here, a weird workaround. I wouldn't define this as a workaround from the start. I would define this as like these are the rules of the system. So let's see here. I get this ever since I disabled or enter play mode options, enabled this one. I'm getting this error for the first time when I start it. But anyway, like when my player hovers or focuses on an object, I don't want to show consume because the character won't be able to consume it but directly. The player is gonna have to input 2 actions to be able to consume it. First pick up and then consume. So this system needs to know this. The interactor consume needs to know if it's dependent on something or not. So if I look at my character here and I do interactor I haven't even implemented the unit, the intersection. So let's see here. When I hover above this one, yeah, we can't even consume it. Smack my peach? Yeah, definitely. But let me put it this way. I've been wrong before. I've been wrong so many times before. So I'm always a little bit wary. And when someone comes in strong, I usually want to listen. You get what I'm saying? So, okay. I'm gonna do one thing here and maybe it will become a little bit clearer where I'm going with this. We're gonna do this. Okay, so entity, when we hover above something, animate entity, we do focus game object, and more specifically here we get all the interactables. We get the number of possible interactions, and then we add the listeners. So right now we don't really base what we show on what the entity can do. We only base it on what the interactable entity, what can be done to the interactable entity. So I just want to do the intersection before so we can sort it out. So interactables, I want to sort this one out once more. So it's gonna look like this. Let's see here. Order by get priority. Before we do order by, we're gonna do where I, so where I dot interaction type, or actually base dot interactors dot contains key I dot interaction type. Okay, so by adding this one, we filter out all the possible interactions this entity allows on it by, like, we're taking that union or whatever is that set and this set, and then we create a list that only contains things that exists in both sets, basically. So an intersect in set theory. So if this is done correct now, if I hover the apple in game, the consume option should not exist because our character doesn't have a consume interactor here. Hopefully it's correct. Okay, so now only pickup exists here, right? But if I do interactor consume, add it to this one. Okay, that's not good. Consume. Okay. So interactor consume, interactor type dependency, we're gonna keep that as none for now. Taste palette, we don't care about that. Consumer point, don't care about that now. Consumption speed, consumption function. So now our character has both an interactor pickup and an interactor consume. So now consume should appear here, okay? And there it is. But we don't want it to appear. So even though our character can consume stuff, that should not be an option at this state. Because the character must pick it up before we can consume it. So the variable focused game object of playable entity has not been assigned. Playable entity 29. So it's this one. And the weird part about those are that they always happen the first time I play. I think so. Okay, so let's see if we can if we can do this. That's what I think. We will see if we can get this error to spawn repeatedly. So if I just press play, yeah, let's see. So now let's see if we can, what is it, duplicate this error or do it again. I don't know the correct word. I can't find the correct word. But so it seems to happen when some code has been changed. Reproduce, thank you. So public void test debug.log sup. We just changed some code. Compile it once and then we play it. Then it happens. So I quit, play mode, clear this one, play it. Nothing happens. Change code, compile. Play, it happens, right? Let's see now if my assumption was correct or just wild guessing. So enter play mode options, disable this one. Add some code. Yeah, so we don't get that error anymore, but another error which I think has to do with the component I added to the character. This one, I think. Yeah, so that issue don't exist anymore. We added this, let's remove it. So this second reload script assemblies does something, right? So let's do pause. Well, then you will have to suffer through 2 compilations. Yup. Or actually get to the bottom of this. Enter play mode options Unity. Play mode is one of Unity's core features. So it's probably this, I'm thinking, or actually might be this one. Let's see. So the question is, let's see if we can figure out. So enter play mode options, reload domain. Let's keep that one checked. And then we do public test. Okay. Reload scene. Okay, so it's reload scene that needs to happen. Okay, so it's reload scene that is the cause of this. Or that the scene is not reloaded. But it's such a weird error as well. So let's take a look at it again. So disable this one. Play. Oh yeah, need to. I wonder if it might actually just be ality. If you ask me, it's a pretty weird error at least. So it's basically the variable focused game object of playable entity has not been assigned. You probably need to assign the focused game object variable of the playable entity script in the inspector. Nah. But playable entity. Entities playable entity line 29. So it's this one. But we have an optional here, so it should not even be an error in the first place, right? Yeah, will it be fixed by not going optionals? Okay, playable entity 23. Okay. So it seems to be a problem of optionals. So if we, let's see here. Is optional not a term? Okay, let's see, the null coalescing operator. What is it called in C#? Mark after variable. Null conditional. Null, let's see here, Unity null conditional operator reload scene. See if wow. Okay. Diligence, humility. Yeah, I knew this operator already. I just didn't know what it was called. I promise. What I'm wondering, or what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, is why. Let's see here. Why this error gets triggered if I have this option enabled. So if we don't reload scene on enter play mode, I get an exception, and the exception is that this variable is null, and I shouldn't get that error since I'm doing this check, right? But it turns out that those checks doesn't really work that well with Unity objects. The question is if this is old, or if something has been changed, but let's see. If this is the case, I'm gonna have to rewrite a lot of code, and I'm a big fan of this null conditional. Yeah, I know. This is just one of those basic, very basic features. Yeah, we will see. But it's basically either I use null conditional, but then I have to reload the scene on enter play mode, so I just slow down that one a little tiny bit. Yeah, exactly, and I love that functionality. Oh. But let's see. this is unfortunate. But what can you do? So it's just a case of yeah, it might be so diligence, humility. I'm not exactly familiar with how the under the hood things work. I just thought that, so using this null conditional actually works fine as long as I reload the scene between plays. So by reloading scene, this works again. It's a little bit weird, but it probably has something to do with this serialization in Unity. But yeah, that needs to be a task. So to do, change null conditionals to explicit checks. Okay, if it works sometimes, it should work all the time. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that this has not been an issue until I disabled scene reload on enter play mode. i.e., we have some leftover things from the previous run in the scene. But yeah, this task is, I've written up this task now, and this is definitely something I need to do. Although I'm a big fan of null conditional, the syntax of it. It's just so short and nice, you know. So my guess, without knowing too much about what happens between, is that if we don't reload the scene, let's see here, where do I have it? Playable entity. If we don't reload the scene, this variable is left from the previous run, and it is null so let's see, so I get this right. It's null, so the null check in C# is okay, but the null check for Unity object is not okay. I think that's it. Yes, I do monogame right now. What is a monogame? But just pure C#, that sounds like a dream. Okay, so with this out of the way, and I've fixed some issues concerning it, let's move on. So you can reset the class before the scene changes. But yeah, that's pretty much what Unity does here. So the idea is that, according to the Unity documentation, is that when enter play mode is like when Unity enters play mode, it resets the scripting state and it reloads the scene. It does both of these things to make the play mode in the editor be as similar as it would during, like when you play the built version. Like this. So it performs two significant actions to ensure your project starts in the editor in the same way as it would in a build. So it resets the scripting state and it reloads the scene. And if you go to your project settings and you go to editor and you go down to enter play mode options, if you enable this one, then you can manually set if it should reload the domain and if it should reload the scene. If I disable both of these, that's when we get the error. So that's when the null conditional is first noticed, or the error with null conditionals are first noticed, at least in my case. But if I reload the scene, it's all fine. But with the newly acquired information that null conditionals are not supported in Unity or has unexpected behavior, that means that if I rewrite my code, I should be able to disable this one again. So my reload, so like enter play mode will be much quicker in the future. But yeah, you learn something new every day, right? I don't exactly know exactly what happens. It's more of a, so let's see here. Playable entity. Playable entity has a welcome back, Eksinski, by the way. So playable entity has a variable called focused game object. It's actually animate entity that has it. And during play, or during a lot of things in the game, based on what happens, this variable changes value a lot. It can go from null to something, back to null, and so on and so on and so on. And when we stop playing the scene, some leftover references or something, like this one doesn't get fully deleted. So when we start it again without reloading the scene, there are some leftover references that says that this one is null, bypassing the null conditional. It's a little bit weird, but I know why the error is happening. So let's see, I know what causes the error, and I know what I can do to fix it. I don't know why it's that way, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Unity does with this. Unscripted logic. Damn, I keep forgetting you can null check inline with that question mark. Yeah, so that one is called a null conditional, and unfortunately, in Unity, you probably shouldn't use it because it does not work in general with anything inheriting from Unity engine object. Yeah, diligence, humility. I just put it up as an issue and I will fix it. So using the null conditional in Unity might result in unexpected behavior sometimes. Which fucking sucks because I love it. It's so clean. What the f... You shouldn't use a question mark either. I don't remember what that one was called, but null coalescing operators. Yeah, I don't know. Unscripted logic, probably. So this is weird. And it feels like this should be, when I search for this, or actually Unity null conditional operator. When I search for this, I should get some official it should like be available in the documentation, because you don't get any errors. You don't get compile errors, you don't get runtime errors, unless in very weird cases. When you do your next game in Monogame, you can use the entire C# language. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out, or like, I'm gonna have to research what Monogame is and what I'm missing by going Monogame. But yes. Diligence, humility, a framework without engine, 100% free. Sounds good, but if I'm gonna develop a game without an engine, I'm just gonna spend so much time missing the engine. Yeah, so both null conditionals and null coalescing operators are extremely useful. I like how code looks utilizing them. Unfortunately, it seems like I can't use them in Unity. Iksinski, I agree. Let's see. Soul Reaver, Stack Overflow is your best friend on that one. So explaining why it doesn't work in Unity. Or what specifically? Yeah, this is insane. I didn't know this. So what's going on here? Let's see. What did you learn, Smack? My peach. Are we talking about this? What I'm actually looking at right now? Because same here. Soul. Oh, yeah, I think I know which. I know which Stack Overflow you're talking about. You're talking about this one. We recently was in this one, but I wanted to see if this one is more in depth, because I really want to know. Like, I just want to get it from another source as well, basically. Smack my pitch, yes, I didn't know about overload. Oh, yeah. So it turns out that Unity overloads the equal operator for Unity object, and that's what the Stack Overflow also says, if I remember correctly. So Smack My Peach, I can also mention, Smack My Peach, what a fucking name, love it. I can also mention that reloading the scene here, the error we were getting by enabling these options were related to the null conditional, and that's why I'm reading up on it right now. So the way I've been using null conditional haven't given me any issues yet, because I've been reloading the scene every time I enter play mode. But by disabling the reload scene, we have some leftover Unity object reference or something that doesn't trigger the conditional, and that's why we're getting the error. Something like that. Cypher, I just think of Prodigy. Yes, same here. Iksinski, how do you overload an operator? It depends on the language, I guess, but and I've never done it in C# actually. You overload it, yeah. Okay. Always check for reference equality and hence the discrepancy in their outcomes. Unfortunately C# doesn't allow overloading those operators, so there's no easy way to fix this. So if C# would allow for this, you would probably be able to use these operators in Unity, right? We have a official blog post about it even. Ooh, interesting. So that is the issue, I think. So by not reloading the scene, this one only gets set to a fake null, I think. So not an actual null. So when this operation is done on it, C#, or like this object is not null, it's only fake null, so the optional here will continue and execute this. But then we get an error because this object is actually null, or Unity fake null. That's my guess so far. Yeah, they got fake nulls because I think the example in the Stack Overflow post was pretty good, I think. Let's see here. So, or was it here? Yeah, it's this one. So destroy, yeah. I don't know, let's see. This one probably defends their fake nulls, so let's see what they say. Getting fake friends and fake nulls, gotta check for both now. Life is complicated. It allows us to store information in the fake null object that gives you more contextual information when you invoke a method on it. With this trick we can highlight the game object in the inspector. Okay, purpose 2 gotta be better than the first purpose, I hope. Yes. The custom is not thread safe. It behaves inconsistently with the operator, which also does a null check. But that one does a pure C# null check and cannot be bypassed to... Fuck. Okay, so if they were building it from scratch, they've chosen not to do it. Yeah. For Unity 5, I thought it was, or is it Unity 6 that is the new one? I don't know. Has this been updated? No. Okay. Synapse, damn it! I thought you wouldn't find me or like attack me since I used the word creature instead of monster. But okay. Diligence, humility, had no idea, but Unity C# is so different. Some people call it Unity C# and normal C#. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to start doing that as well. Okay. But I love my syntactic sugar. Okay, yeah, too bad, but I have this as a task now, so in my task list I have change null conditionals and null what the fuck were they called? Coalescing. Two explicit checks. Okay, that's good, I suppose. That's good that I got noticed of this unexpected behavior from this one, and that I can fix it. Okay, so jumping back into what the hell I was implementing right now. Yes, so now we can't... Oh yeah, okay, so now we're back at where we were before. Character, let's add something there. Null coalescing can be good, but also double-edged sword. Personally, I use early returns, and I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I fucking love early returns, man. But... Okay, let's see here. I keep losing the track or my thread. Interactor consume. This one prompted an error previously because the setup wasn't done properly. But consume No, never mind. None. Taste palette, I don't care about taste palette. Consumption speed, I don't care about or was it consumption speed that caused the error? Or was it... Would like to avoid the error we're getting here as well, so I need to check that. But okay, let's see. Okay, now we can have consume here. Let's see. Value cannot be null. Attribute 43. Attribute handler 43. New attribute. Okay, so this one is null. Try add. Yeah. Key is null. Okay, yeah, so it's the key that is null here. And that's when we... So... it's the setup here, so the type of the attribute. Would be nice to be able to set this to something default, but we will do that in the future. Consumption speed. Okay, so right now consume is visible here, but I want to be able to pick it. I want to pick it up before I can consume it. Using link where order bytes that are extremely expensive. This is only done every time we change focus game object. So when a new focus game object is selected. I do know that link comes with some form of performance issues, but I don't know if it's extremely expensive. So let's jump into another rabbit hole. Stack Overflow. But I do like expressiveness. Order by performs a quick sort which will take n log n time, just the same as if you'd written your own quick sort or use list sort. I'm one of those people who pronounce it as Lin Q. Maybe that is the correct pronunciation, I have no idea. C#. Okay, Reddit, what you got for me? Link or LinQ? Okay. The internet will not sway me. Okay. Let's see. These operations not only evaluating but copying the entire enumerable. Yeah. Yeah. The moral is any operation that needs a finite set instead of an enumerable should be placed as late in the query as possible, allowing for other operations like where and select to reduce the cardinality and memory footprint of the source set. Lastly, link methods drastically increase the call stack size. This I know, and memory footprint of your system. Yeah, definitely. If you implement, okay, so diligence, humility. If you implement I comparable on a class, you can call sort on a list of that class, and that is the fastest built-in way of sorting in C#. No allocations. That sounds fucking beautiful, man. Get some foos, filtered foos, some property, some value, add, data source, data path. Where? Okay. So the above code will iterate twice and allocate a second container to hold the filtered values. What a waste. Compare with. This only iterates once when the repeater is bound. It only ever uses the original container. Yeah. Although and allocate a second container, but doesn't this allocate a second container as well? It's lazy evaluation I love as well, but okay. It's a good thing to keep in mind. Let's see here. I don't even know, you could probably just where ordered by to array. I think I'm using it the correct order. But I want to add one additional thing here, or one additional filter. We're gonna do a fetch here as well, I think. So it's gonna be something like and base.interactors dot or interactors I dot interaction type dot available. So So we want to, between these two sets, we want to get the intersection, and we also want to base the intersection on available and unavailable. Let's see here, I'm just gonna check one quick thing. Okay. So for this, for us to be able to do this, we need to implement this one. So interactor, and this is also, I think this system, like right now it's being implemented because I want this queue system to work basically, but this can also be used for so many things, like disabling an interactor, of course. If let's say for instance, this wouldn't happen in my game, but if a creature's with arms can pick up stuff, if the creature's arm loses its arms, then it shouldn't be able to pick up stuff anymore, and we can disable the interactor. Maybe one of the worst examples ever, but let's see here, if but okay, the best example I should have gone with is, so if we pick something up and like we only have 2 arms, and if we pick something up that requires both arms or both hands, we shouldn't be able to pick up any more stuff, i.e. the interactor pickup should be disabled, right? So interactor, public abstract bool available. So like Lethal Company. Yes, I have never played it, but so I guess it's much like any game where you can pick up stuff. But do you like it, Unscripted Logic? It's okay. Like, I've heard a lot about Lethal Company, and I've seen a few videos, if I'm gonna be honest. So, available here. It captures the joy of what it feels like to play games back then. That sounds pretty good. Iksinski Lethal Company, so cool shader-wise. Yeah, I agree. And I actually saw, what is the name? Acculate. He does great YouTube videos, graphic programming related YouTube videos, and he pretty much did a in-depth video about the graphics of the Lethal Company. Yes, exactly. So Acerola or Acerola, I don't know the name, how to pronounce it, but yeah. Cypher, Lethal Company made by a single 21-year-old, if I recall correctly. I have no idea. Damn, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And Icerola, I think. Okay, I'm gonna go with that one then. He had this unique, so Unscripted Logic, he had this unique style of Roblox horror games, which won a few Bloxy awards. He just plopped over to Unity and then boom. Yeah, that's nice. Like, Roblox is extremely cool in that way, that like it introduces people to game creation or game development really early. But I've also seen like scenarios where it introduces people to like mindless consumption pretty early. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I want to get this in place before I have to go today. So let's see what I can do. Oh, fuck yeah, Cypher, that's a good point. So depressing, so depressing. So available here. Interact to pick up and interact to consume is going to have to implement this one. Bool available. And for pickup, we're going to Wait, Cypher, is the child abuse the main reason you left the game industry? Or am I misunderstanding anything? Or something? We're gonna base this on a lot of stuff. Let me introduce a new enum. Interaction. C# interactor state. Or do I need this one? Yeah, so we're gonna replace bool here with so interactor state. Interactor state, maybe just state is enough, to be honest, but then again, and then we don't need to do it like that. We can do it like this, and we can do it like this. Public get private or protected set. And since it's a variable, I'm gonna keep it small like this. Most studios only exist on the back of exploiting children. Mobile IAP is designed to leech as much out of them as possible, blah blah. I fucking agree, man. It's depressing as fuck out there. Like, I have a son, he's 5, and I'm pretty strict when it comes to mobile games. But when he sees like one of his older cousins or younger cousins playing a game, he also wants to try it out. And when I've been sitting watching over his shoulders the way they implement like ads or like gambling mechanics, pure fucking gambling mechanics. It's sad. It's sad. But there exists, it do exist, a few companies that only develop like games for fun. But like there's a few relative to the total number of companies, I suppose. Yeah, it's depressing. Yeah, same here on scripted logic. Okay, interactor state. What do we have? Idle. Oh yeah. Idle. Wonder if I should go with processing. Disabled. So idle, does that imply that it's waiting for work? Maybe. Processing, it's processing an interaction, and disabled, or disabled, unavailable. And then available might be better. Available, processing, yeah, maybe. It depends. We will see if we need more or less later on, but don't need to do this. Okay, so for pickup, it's basically going to be pickup. We're gonna have a private list of interactables, which is, can I say pickups or pickups? Picked up interactables. Interactor awake, so need to make this one virtual. Or might as well wait with that one for just a second and do just instantiate it here. So when we interact with this one, base interactable. Yeah. So here I want to do picked up interactables is equal to, or dot add interactable. And interactor pickup. Here I also want to do something like if, or actually I think we're gonna do it here. So if picked up interactables.length is bigger than number of pickup points or something like that. Pickup points is just 1 right now, but or total size of picked up or total weight of picked up interactables is bigger than I think it makes a little bit sense. Then we want to do base.interaction state, interactor state is equal to unavailable, something like that. Let's go indeed. Do it, Cypher. When you're ready. But for now, we're just gonna do this. Oh yeah. I'm never really lol, sometimes you just gotta jump. That's true. That's definitely true. Okay, so now we set this to unavailable when we have picked something up. The order here might needs to change in the future. Order might be important. Okay, so now it becomes unavailable. Default interactor state should be set to, I don't know about that. Let's put it here. Or interactor state, okay, it should be set to 0 by default, but I'm gonna be explicit about it. So interactor state is equal to interactor state available, unless something else happens. So the way it is implemented right now means that interactor pickup okay, I want to check this. This is nice. Interactor pickup is available from the start, but as soon as we add one item here, it's going to be unavailable, right? So pickup consume. We pick that one up, and the options and it still works. Wait, have I actually? I haven't done anything to disable this. I don't think. We don't check this anywhere. So okay, might want to do that. So the way we're gonna do it is animate entity. We're just gonna filter playable entity. Actually, we're just gonna filter this with this. So the possible actions will be dependent on if they are available. Oops. So dot state interactor dot state. What the hell? What are we getting here? Base interact. Oh, we're getting a list. Have multiple interactors that interact in the same way with an interactable. Hopefully I will have a clear answer on that one on Monday, but for now let's see if we can do .any or actually, let's see. Contains key. Interactable. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Can perform public would love to return this, but let's go with an array right now. So interactor get available interactors for type. Interaction type. Ah, fuck, we say interaction type here, so might as well do it here. Return otherwise return. This is a place where I would like to use null conditional or null coalescing, but yeah, that's impossible now, or not impossible but unavailable. So let's see. Return interactors, interaction type, dot I dot state. Interactor state is equal to available dot to array. So and get available interactors for type interaction type just length is bigger than 0, right? I think so. But okay, so this is just when we sort it to visually show it, or we bind actions. But then when we actually do interact, so base interact, this one, then we also need to check can perform interaction. We do this check here, that's nice. But here we do interactors interactable for each I interact interactable. Wonder if I just wanna interactions interaction types dot where dot I dot interaction state is equal to available. So this is list. And now we're back at this one again. To list first. Okay. So that would be to list. I would like to avoid doing that, but whatever. Where to list for each. Do I want to do so we have two checks, but let's see if it works. So what I'm anticipating happening here is that we should be able to pick up one fruit, but not more than one, right? Pick up, consume, pick up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, okay. Why can't we consume it? Didn't we have the consume option before? Okay, but I can't pick it up. That's good. Okay, so consume gets disabled as well. Or what is happening here? Nah, interactor state available. Pick up. Interactor state unavailable. Beautiful. So that's set correctly, but why the hell would the consume be removed? Playable entity. Okay. Ooh. Okay, contains key. So it must be that this one returns false for consume. Okay, this one I don't see. Or I don't know. What happened with interactor consume? Okay, let's see if it's this line. Pick it up, and now we still have pick up and consume, but I can't pick it up anymore because we already have something. Okay, so it's this line here. The question is, ooh, wait here. Interactor consume. I don't see it. Get available interactors for type. So contains key. Get. Ooh, we can actually do just this one here, I think. That doesn't fix the issue at hand. Okay, so let's follow this. Get available interactors for type, interaction type, and then we do interact. So this one, interact, can perform interaction. So we do pick up. Yeah, interacting pickup with item consumable apple. And then something happens. So handle interactable handle interaction this, return true. Is this a similar problem as this? Let's see here. No, it shouldn't be. And here we have this one again. I'll see it. Why does this one lock? So this sorting here. Get available interactors for type, interaction type, length. Ooh, yes. What the fuck? Interaction type. Oh, yeah. So entity is... Okay, this is a little bit messy. So it's this one. Holy shit, that's bad. But okay, so it should be I.interaction type. And that should fix it. That was a weird one. I could probably have stared myself blind before I would actually find the cause of that one. Okay, let's see. So pick up, consume, pick up, consume. I pick it up and now I can't pick up anymore, but I can consume currently. Okay, that's beautiful. But that unfortunately has to be the last thing I do today because I need to do some other stuff. But so to summarize today, put a lot of ideas into a readable format with the diagram. We'll probably extend it and use it more in the future. Learned something extremely important with null conditionals and null coalescing in Unity, and extended the interaction system to handle availability. So yeah, all in all, a pretty good day. So I just want to say, or first of all, I will be back on Monday continuing this, and other than that, thank you so much for watching and have a great weekend. Peace.